Mother of God. Something doesn't look right. Brightness? I need to... Hold on. Logi. So, basically, my GPU kept crashing for some reason. I don't know. I restarted the computer a couple times, and nothing happened with that. Let me turn this on. Maybe that's right. Okay, so it told me that Streamlabs crashed originally, right? And that the recording was still going. I don't know how true that is, so I don't know, like, what happened. But I tried to restart that, and it kept crashing, and then I got back to the game, and that kept and that was completely frozen. And then my GPU just shut down entirely, and the screen disconnected, so I restarted the computer, and same thing happened. I couldn't even launch the game anymore. It said that DX11 was, like, failing or something. And AMD kept popping up, be like, drivers crashed. So, naturally, I just upgraded my drivers. I don't know, they were like 2 months old, so whatever. Seems to be fine now, but I'm still a little scared. Because that was fucking weird. Never seen anything like completely crash out my computer like that. Couldn't be a virus though, right? I know I don't scan often enough, but like, I have protection running. I also don't have any sensitive data on my computer, so that's good, I hope. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's some records of the one time I log into whatever account, but I mean, as long as my email is secure, I'm good, and those all have the two-step verification, so, like, someone needs to have access to my phone. And I'll be alerted when it happens, so, like, I'm pretty sure we're good there. Ah, God, I don't remember what I was doing. I'm talking about copyright claims, right? I don't think I was starting to say anything then, probably. I feel like this is running slightly worse than before. Maybe because the computer's still starting up in the background. Windows 10 boasts having the fastest startup time, but like, it's a load of shit, really. It just lets you onto the desktop, but you can't actually do anything because everything's still starting up, you know? I don't know if it actually saved any of my progress. Doesn't look like it did. I see the relic in there still. I don't remember if I can combine the videos in Twitch or not, but I'll figure something out for that, because I don't want to repeat myself. Even though I'm sure I do all the time. Oh. Oh ho ho. It could have also been something in the game that fucked us, so we're about to be back to where we crashed. That was like the sound of fat loot dropping, but like where? Oh, I'm supposed to go down there, actually. Yeesh. Turn around. So our list of things it's talking about has shrunk significantly, but we do still have things. And I guess since we're just exploring right now, and we're seemingly safe from whatever the fuck's going on with the computer, we'll pick something. Okay, so like literally 2 days ago, I finished Tales of Arise. Better than finished, I 100% completed it. A JRPG, my god, it took me like 90 hours to do everything. It was actually only like a maybe 70-hour game. And that last 15-20 was me doing post-game content, or bashing my head against the wall because I'm fighting stuff that's too high level for me, you know, that kind of thing. But I got every achievement, got all the shit. It really wasn't bad doing that. Like, you'd expect it to take a long time, because I beat the game around level 60, right? One of the achievements is to reach level 100. But I went from 60 to 100 in like 8 hours, roughly. The XP dump in the post-game dungeon is just like that good. And they get you new fat loots too, so yeah, it's pretty neat. Okay, so we've talked about Tales of Vesperia before, because we played that one before this. I also praised the fuck out of Berseria and Symphonia. Vestria's like, but like, I don't ever have good memories. So I think it's safe to say that I'm a pretty big fan of the franchise at this point in time. I've played a good number of the games, and I loved all of them. They always have great stories. Gameplay is unique and awesome. However, instead of going for like fighting game vibes this time, it feels more like a Devil May Cry kind of thing. They really completely changed the combat to be more of a mix between what Berseria was doing, along with what the older games are doing, namely Vesperia and Symphonia, right? And I like it. The comboing is like less complicated now, and like you don't have to chain from normal attacks into arts, into arcane arts, into mystic. There's just like the difference between an art and an arcane art is just like stamina cost now, right? And there's no mana to deal with. Everyone just has their like mana stamina pip thing to deal with, so it keeps things uncomplicated. There is like a healing point, a CP gauge thing that you use for heals specifically. That's your mana gauge, I guess. And that's a collective per party thing. And you upgrade it by leveling up and fighting optional bosses. The combat feels a little, like, basic and sloppy at first, but just like the other games, it evolves a lot over the course of the game until it becomes something pretty good. Maybe still not as much depth as the previous games altogether, but it's very accessible. Like, it's very possible you went through the other ones without ever being able to perform a Mystic Art because it was difficult. This one, you're gonna be, like, pulling them out your ass every fight, because it's easier to pull off, and the comboing's less complicated, like I said. For those of you who are unaware, the Mystic Art is like your fighting game ultimate finisher. Like, you have to do a big combo to launch in, and it just tears someone's asshole wide open. So, also unique to this game, normally you would just unlock new arts as you level up and use your other arts, depending on how you use them, maybe. And sometimes you'd get additional skills from whatever equipment you have on. This one, it comes from the title system, which they kind of brought back. Previously, they were just for fun, or they would determine how your character's stats grow when they level up. This one, they unlock skill trees, essentially, and you spend skill points that you unlock by fighting. You don't necessarily have to level up to get them, you just get them per fight. And they do stuff like unlocking entirely new moves, giving you more of that stamina pip gauge thing, increasing distance of your dodge, adding a double jump, augmenting other properties of your character, like Kisara, for example, is a chick with a big tower shield, and her whole thing is being able to parry, or perfect guard, to like not take damage and then power up the rest of her attacks for a short time period. So like her things will be like make it easier to do that, increase the power of that, add the damage that you blocked to the next attack. So through leveling up those things and unlocking titles, which you have to do challenges to unlock generally, you can end up completely changing the way a character plays. And I like that a lot. However, when you first get a character, they feel pretty useless compared to the other guys because they don't have all the things unlocked, or you know what I'm saying? They start at your level, but they don't have all the points, so you can't just go unlock all the things real quick. They have to start up on their own. They take a while to come online sometimes. Yeah, it's an action JRPG. We've talked about the other ones. You should have some idea of what's going on. I guess you could say there's more role-playing elements because of the skill trees than the previous games, but like it's not that in-depth. See, anime aesthetic, right? For those of you who don't like anime, I would say it's not like that level of cringe. It's pretty grounded, and actually gets kind of dark in places. There are still like goofy skits which are a staple of the franchise. They actually changed that to more of like a live action, not live action, like live gameplay manga panel thing, as opposed to like 2D pictures animating or whatever that they were doing before, which I wasn't sold on at first, but overall I think I liked it better. I think that some of the comedy worked a lot better with it. Which, yeah, the game does have some good laughs in it, alright? Maybe part of that's just that I spent so long with the characters that, like, I was, you know, they felt like friends. I was willing to laugh around them. But, you know, not cringe writing, actually fun. Okay, so that's me just talking about gameplay stuff. You still don't know anything about the game. Let's see, so if you haven't played any of the previous ones, that's okay. It's its own isolated thing. Sometimes they're in, like, a shared world, or, like, you can draw loose connections between them, but generally they are their own thing, in the same way Final Fantasy games are all their own thing. That's the freaking tree, right? So, like, why am I seeing new stuff? Right, so you don't need to play previous games. This one, a bit more of a unique world than previous games in that there's spaceships and guns. Basically, this is a fantasy world where alien humans invaded and enslaved the entire planet. And they are currently in the middle of what's called the Crown Contest, where they harvest the elemental energy from each region. Whoever gets the most becomes the new king of space. And, yeah. So people are, like, really working the slaves right now to get that energy, and people are dying. It's not a good time. You start in one of the harshest regions, Calaglia, which is like a volcanic desert kind of thing. As a man with a metal helmet, for some reason. Everyone calls him Iron Mask. He has no memories, he can't feel pain, and that's his whole deal. The helmet does not come off. The game starts with a really long cutscene, by the way. So you see they're transporting on a train a woman who is your first party member, Shion. She has, like, zappy thorns on her. So people touch her and they go, ouch. It's not a good time. However, because you can't feel pain, you can touch her and it's no big deal. And that sort of leads to you guys partnering up. You also can wield a freaking sword that comes out of her tits for some reason. And that's, like, your special move. It burns you alive, like, because it's made of fire and stuff, but whatever. You can't feel pain, so you're good. She just heals you up and you're all better. The perfect combo, really. So you go through that whole first act with her, you get a few new weapons, some equipment, new outfit. You learn that this game lets you change your character's outfits, which actually give you quite a few just, like, for free, even though there is, like, day one DLC for bikinis and stuff. They also did a collab with Sword Art Online recently for more outfits, but there's quite a few in-game just for you to get. Most of them are like palette swaps, but they look pretty sick, honestly. So one of the unique mechanics of this game is the boost gauge, which it just fills up over time, goes up with crits, perfect dodges, stuff like that. And once you get it, your character is able to unleash a special move. It's mapped to the D-pad, so you unleash it with whatever party member you want. And they all have a unique function. Shion's is good for taking out aerial enemies or stuff that you've knocked into the air. And it will down the enemy where they just, like, you know, they're down, they're stunned. They take a lot of bonus damage and stuff. Iron Mask ability is to use the sword, which costs some health, but it downs enemies in a big area, and, like, that's its thing. It's automatic down regardless of any other effects. Then other party members, like Rinwell, she can steal a spell that's being cast and, like, also stun the enemy. Law can break armor and stun the enemy. Casaris has a shield to stop enemies that are charging at you. So they're all unique functions. There are 6 party members total, but you can only fight with 4 at a time. However, you can switch them mid-combat by activating their arts, their boost arts. I want to go over there, but I want to go, like, through this way first. Also, activating the boost art recovers some of your stamina pips, so you use that or activate other characters' arts to get them back quicker without having to stop attacking and keep a combo chaining up really high. And if you do enough damage with the arts, you can end up casting the same guy's thing twice and just high skill. High skill. You also automatically call the character into position in front of an enemy, so you can use it to dodge attacks even, or move across the battlefield quickly. Again, high skill, high skill. Generally speaking, you start with 3 ground arts and 3 aerial arts. About halfway through the game, you'll unlock a second page to move up to 6 of each. But the AI generally has more fun playing than you because they can use all of their arts at once, right? So with the mage character specifically, you're allowed to play all the party members. I should have mentioned that. I mean, you always could, but yeah. They all play very differently, and they'll have their own unique bullshit to go with them. Anyways, with the mage characters, you'll generally want to just let the AI play them. Even though you can theoretically use them more effectively, they'll have more utility if you let the AI do it. You're always free to open up the menu and cast a spell that way too, but that's lame. So, when I said they'll have their own unique playstyles, your main character is just like a general all-around guy. He has mostly earth, wind, and lightning attacks, and of course the blazing sword lets him use fire moves, but those cost health. But he's pretty accessible, generally. And we go to Kisara, for example. She has earth, lightning, and ice. And she's also, like, parry god, so if you play her, you're invincible, essentially. So I usually switch to her if I need to use ice attacks or whatever. Oh, she also has some light, or, no, that's lightning. Same element. So, yeah, there's stuff like that, but then, everyone has their own unique perk, too, so with Kisara, it was that her moves are stronger after she's blocked. With Law, it's that if you don't get hit for a while, you increase your stats, and that goes up in like stages, that you can unlock more stages up through the skill tree. So it eventually has a very high damage output if you stay evasive with them. So he's pretty cool too. He also has surprisingly good aerial capabilities later on. Rinwell's whole thing is, of course, the spell stealing, but she can also charge up her spells, press a button to save it for later, and then she can combo that with her next cast spell to upgrade the spell or transform it into something new. Once she's unlocked one of those, she can save it to her hotbar and cast that right away and save it and upgrade it again. So the mana cost goes up each time you do that. Right, so let's get back to the story or whatever. I'm just trying to guide the conversation by, you know, whatever. I don't need to explain myself. So you go through that first act. You fight the Lord of Fire to liberate the whole area, which is like, you know, a first in about 300 years, I think. And nobody knows what's going to happen, but you succeed in that. I think that the first boss is maybe a bad impression of the rest of the game, because 1, you only have 2 party members, and 2, he hits really hard. Like, he is a Dark Souls boss. He attacks slow and he hits hard. You need to dodge and punish with him. And the other bosses do not play like that at all. There's actually an endgame challenge where you fight all of them at once. And but they're level 99, right? And he just hits so much harder than any of them. He gave me the biggest amount of trouble. Luckily he's the first fight, but again, you have to fight them all at once, so... Yeah, he sucks. You'll have a full party and do more of a normal kind of fight for the next guy. Each kingdom's doing their own fucked up bullshit. Caligula is just like, you know, standard slave labor, because the game talks about slavery in all of its aspects. But then you get into the second act and it's more like Soviet Russia surveillance state stuff, and people are punished to work in like the bad place. Everyone's ratting on each other. I don't want to spoil too much of the game, so we're gonna leave that at that, but I don't know, it goes a lot of places. It does get very dark at times. There were a couple of cutscenes that are legitimately fucked up. But speaking of fucked up, obviously there's tension between the two races, the aliens and the natives of the planet, right? Which means there's actually some, like, extremely racist-sounding writing. Specifically with Rinwell, she's, like, very aggressively racist. And, you know, these are, like, fake races, and they're all human. They're not making fun of skin color or gender or anything like that, so, like, I guess it's mostly acceptable. However, I still felt like, who thought it was okay to write this? Like, my mouth was agape several times listening to her. She does move past it eventually because character development, but, yeah. So, I said the stories of these games is always good. They're always anything but generic. I'll say that much, at least. However, at this point, I've come to expect, like, a big twist reveal towards the end, and yeah, this one definitely has that. It actually has several. And yeah, it's good. Other quirks with the writing, when you get the party members, they come in pairs of 2, essentially. You get them for the first 3 acts, and then you have the whole set. And because of that, they're, like, basically shipped together, like romance shipping. And I thought that was kind of funny, because, you know, they do the normal freaking thing where they don't want to admit the feelings, will they, won't they, the whole damn game. Even though they're, like, clearly will. But for once, they don't cuck the audience, alright? At the end, things actually happen, and, post-credits artwork is your protagonist and Shion getting married, and yeah. It's, like, good to actually see that for once. Especially with, like, how Vesperia was, where, like, freaking... Estelle was very clearly super in love with Yuri. And, like, nothing happened in the game. You could say the same thing with, like, Lloyd and Colette, but, like, there I feel like it was maybe more of just a really good friends thing. Like, I was okay with that. But here, it's more funny because of, like, the Zappy Thorns bullshit. It's more like the tension is constantly, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of you as soon as I'm able to touch you for real. They never say it, but, like, that's the undertone of everything. Like, they're just really aggressively in love with the whole fucking game. Or, I don't know, maybe the second half at least. So, like, I would have been legitimately mad if nothing happened. See, there's an arena in this one that you can play around in to unlock new costumes and grind out stat boosting plants, which is a welcome addition. Definitely don't attempt them if you're under-leveled. It's just like a waste of time. You don't get any experience or whatever for it. I say that because I did, and it wasn't fun. But you also unlock some of the titles from doing that, so like you have to kind of play all the characters at least once. Oh, he's invisible. Okay, so a complaint about JRPGs in general is they'll have, like, anime OPs, right? And they show off all the party members. Which means you know who is a friend and who's an ally. And sometimes that means... sometimes that means that, like, an ally is gonna show up as a villain, and that happens a few times. But, like, you already know that they're gonna join your party, and it's like, what? Why? I remember, like, being actually mad because there was, like, a whole long arc in Persona 5 that was the same way. Oh, shit. Diggs, what's up? We're talking about Tales of Arise, in case you're lost. Scatterbrain, lost my train of thought. Talked about writing, we've talked about gameplay. Mentioned the game took roughly 70 hours, 90 to complete, kill trees, content, yeah, I guess we've covered almost all of it. Great game, went in a lot of dark places. I feel like it was definitely more mature than previous titles. Though gameplay-wise, maybe just not as much depth as something like Vesperia. Obviously, I recommend all of them. Still recommend this one, but like I'll put it below in the tier list, even though they're all like freaking 10s. Yeah, I guess that's all we have to say about that. I feel like the freaking train crashed and I probably missed stuff, but, you know, good game, play it. Other stuff. I finally played A Way Out with my brother. I always try to get stuff for us to play together, but like he comes home and he goes to sleep, or he just like jerks around and does nothing, and then he complains that he doesn't have stuff to play. So like I've tried to go out of my way to get things to play together, so he feels obligated to play something and not be miserable, right? So you played a way out, which is co-op only. You cannot play it alone. Let's see, this made by Josef Perez, the Fuck the Oscars guy. He also made Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, Soul Biscuit, rest his soul. Loved that game very much, his favorite game. And, you know, he's the cynical Brit. It takes a lot to impress him, right? So, you know, the man knows how to write stuff. So, I guess the fact that it's co-op only is a unique feature in itself. Couch co-op split screen. As the name would imply, it is a Prison Break thing. It references a lot of movies. I don't know if you would consider that, like, original writing or just homage, whatever. I guess it goes its own ways, because I haven't seen a lot of the movies, but, you know, you can expect to see a lot of them if you're into, like, 80s stuff. I remember my brother called out a lot of them, because he watched a lot, like Scarface, Old Boy, Shawshank Redemption, obviously. So I guess gameplay-wise, you would compare it to something like, you know, a Quantic Dream, David Cage thing. You're doing a lot of QTEs for a lot of different activities, so like your character does a lot of things. It's not just a shooter. However, it comes down to QTEs mostly. Because of that, though, there's like a lot of interaction with the environment and, you know, goofy achievements to get through that stuff. I definitely, like, spent 30 minutes beating his ass in Connect 4 because I could. I also have a turbo button on my controller, so I use that to, like, fuck him up in the push-up competition. Aside from QTEs, you're doing, like, logic puzzles, puzzle solving, like escape room game type things. You have to look around, find the item, find out where to use the item. Except you're walking around to do it, so it's a little more complicated at times. Did I go down here yet? I feel like that's the wrong way. I know I died upstairs, but, you know, whatever. It's the way I came. Trying to remember the characters' names. I played Leo. I don't remember the other guy because he was a dick. My brother spent a long time on the character select menu reading their bios. He's like, huh, I think I want to be this guy because he seems tougher, even though he like didn't actually. I think his crime was money laundering or something, right? I feel like this guy's hard. And now you're crazy. Leo's cool, so it worked out, but. Yeah, he was a dick, and I was... That's all I have to say about it. I don't want to spoil the story, but fuck that guy. I think there are 2 endings, but I lost because I suck at shooters, and you do get guns eventually. You know what, fuck it, I kind of have to talk about a bit of the end. You guys end up fighting each other for reasons undefined, and I think that's genius, because you were working together the whole game, right? And now you have to, like, work against each other. And then, like, do you screen sheet or do you not? Because you're playing with your boy now. But it's still split screen, and, yeah, it was, like, really tense. I think maybe the ending came out to, like, who got messed up more, because, like, you don't just die if the other guy, like, destroys you all the way, right? It just moves on to cutscenes or whatever, and I think that your overall health by the end of it affects who wins. So I lost, and I was not satisfied with the other guy's ending. Neither was my brother. Honestly, because he was a dick. Leo, like, had shit going for him, and it was really unfortunate. See, there's, like, a Guitar Hero minigame in there at one point. There's a car chase, which is, like, really fun. One of you has a gun to shoot the cops, and the other guy has to drive, and the cops are fucking insane. They just, like, ram the shit out of you, they ram the shit out of each other, they drive like maniacs. It was, like, actually nuts. There are a couple other action-y segments. They're like, you know, Uncharted. You press the button and then you don't die, but there's a lot of cinematic things happening. Though unlike Uncharted, it wasn't straight QTEs. We had more control and we had to work together to avoid the things, so, like, it was more tense. And I appreciated it. Didn't stop my brother from busting my balls for not liking Uncharted, because I think it's a movie. I don't not like it, alright? I've watched them, and I think that's enough. I will never play them, because they're not games. They are movies. They are bad games. They are good movies. Just bog standard cover shooters. With you hold forward to make cool things happen, too, sometimes. And yeah, it's also, like, pretty generic shooting when you get to that in this game, but there's not a lot of it. And, like, it's a welcome addition by the time you get there. Hit. Why you edgeguarding, bro? Also, why am I still using these claws? I haven't leveled them up. I should level them up. I'm right at the forge. Why don't I do that? I'm not thinking, I'm talking. Water. Yellow hydrate.
How can my hammer be of service if you're aiming to lay down a mighty herd, are we?
So, yeah, it's a story game. It's gonna come down a lot to how you felt the writing was, I think.
Best work. Interesting. Bests and blessings to you, Fury.
And as someone who hasn't seen any of the movies, I can't tell you how original it was, but I did enjoy it. And I thought there was a lot of good, tense moments and, like, co-op fuckery that happened. So, like, I think even if you don't enjoy the writing, there is still some fun to be had. Just by way of miscommunication. Overall, good time. Disappointed with the ending. Haven't gone back to see the freaking one that we might like better yet, but... Sheesh. Respect it. How do we want to rate it? Normally, multiplayer games, I think that, like... It's unfair, because everything's funner with friends, right? That's just how it works. You can take a bad game and make it fun if you're playing with your boys. However, this one doesn't have single player as an option, so, like, I can't use that as a crutch. So, maybe we'll give it an 8. Soft 8. Hard 8. I mean, not higher, not lower. See, the guy also released It Takes Two recently, and that's like, oh, it looks like a really fun platformer, actually. It's still a whole co-op thing, but my brother doesn't like platforming, so we're not gonna play that, sadly. I want to. I need to stop dying. I also leveled up to Stormlance. I need to, like, figure out how to incorporate that into my moves. I think I have 2 more topics, but I'm gonna shut up so we can actually make progress. Okay, well... I like the magic. I also tried to switch my holo mid-fight and it didn't work. Might have been holding the wrong button. Still not used to doing that. It's the bumper. Triggers for locking on. If I was holding the right button, that just didn't happen. Kind of a delay on it. Like, you can't just spam it. You have to wait for that thingy to go away. The whoosh. Huh. Just know she's got heels on. You know what they say about a woman who can run in heels. You know, it's like scientifically proven that they're terrible for your knees, but people still wear them because they're a hot question mark. I don't get it. Like, I don't see the appeal. But they actually destroy your knees, taking several years out of their lifespan. Okay, no more spear. We'll figure that out later. Did I even put a mod in it? I don't think I have one. Yeah, I didn't. I don't have one. Might be able to upgrade the lifesteal.
How come a hammer? All right. Let's see what I can do for you. Didn't think it was possible. Interesting. That's
Interesting. I know there are other places I can go, but I'm pretty sure they're all this difficult. We've already tried to go into the sloth zone, and we don't like those tall boys. Those tall bugs. I think in the demo they had you go against sloth, and you had 3 of the hollows. So I guess that means they maybe want me to go down into the other streets, but I remember that being kind of tough too. But that might be our next step. Just because I want to hunt down the halls as quickly as possible, save on backtracking. Okay. That on. Don't get fucked. Invisiboys suck. I was healing, I swear to God. You know what? Fuck this. We're going somewhere else. There's another way we can go just down here. Let's try this instead. And once I get my confidence back, I might go back there. Load zones. I think I didn't notice the lag spike. Might have to glide. I feel like both work. Another one of them. See, it's just him, but I know it's a trap. And there we go, an invisible. See me dying with half health? I know it's because the heal didn't start until after. Okay, so Dragon Quest Builders 2, baby. It's been a few months since I played it, actually. Still haven't finished it. I just been doing a lot of free building because I think I'm close to the end of the game. But yeah, we finished, what, Act 5, Act 4? I don't know. Moonbrook. Snow Zone. So as we've said before, these acts all try and teach you like a different aspect of the game, right? First one was farming, second one was mining, third one was more of a story-based thing, but it also teaches me how to use like animal companions, I guess. This one's where the tower defense stuff comes in, so it was an action-packed chapter. It was also around this time that I learned all these names are from previous titles. So you come to the snowy kingdom of Moonbrook, which isn't so much a kingdom, it just happens to be a king and 2 soldiers left, and the advisor. Otherwise, the castle is in ruins, the army has been crushed, and it's supposed to be a land of eternal war. But somebody won the war a little too hard, so it's sad. You come along, you tell me you're a builder, like, whoa, you can help us rebuild our castle. So you unlock a lot of castle-themed stuff made out of marble. I think you just got a new level of your hammer, so you can mine that marble pretty fast with new super attacks. Which, let me tell you, A+ game design when you can hit a button to mine out a whole freaking chunk of land instead of 1 block at a time. See, you get a new staff that lets you camouflage as enemies, which sometimes give you abilities, sometimes it's just for fun. That's the item you get there. You unlock an enchanting station, which really just lets you turn the steel swords into magic swords, and you can also make magic traps with them. So, I guess the meat of it is finding materials to make the traps, which come in a few different varieties. There is the spike traps, which just do damage when enemies walk on them. The flame snares, which just shoot up flame in a geyser. Oh, I went back here without even realizing it. Those ones require a button to be stepped on to activate, so you want to set up buttons in all kinds of places. There are buttons that behave differently. Like there are ones that are arrows, they just activate everything in that direction. Other ones activate stuff in the immediate vicinity. So you want to set it up to activate the things as many times as possible before the enemy moves on. Ice traps, they freeze the enemies. And wind geysers, which activate on their own, but they knock airborne enemies out of the air and onto the ground. They can be hit by the other traps and you, of course, and your army. That's all there is. It's not too in-depth, but you can set up some pretty crazy kill boxes. Oh, there's also, like, zappy walls, which do what they do. The enemies take damage and move slow if they move through them. There's some enemies that can jump over them. But with the jumping enemies, you just set up a couple in a line, and you can set up like a kill box where they get hit by ballistas and stuff that you can also set up, again, with your army. All the villagers that you have, some of them can wield weapons that you give them. and those ones will fight in the battles with you. If you set up ballistas, they will man them and shoot at the enemies who are in the kill box, or they will swing at them with their weapons, of course. You unlock a blueprint for an armory type room, where whatever weapons you leave in a chest, they will equip automatically to make things easier on you. Again, I want to praise how the NPCs like do stuff in the rooms that you build. Shit. So, it being a snowy place, there's like snow on the ground that disappears when you walk on it, right? And it fills back in over time. Eventually you set up a torch so that doesn't start happening all over the castle. However, with some of the hidden puzzles that you have to do for the medals, you just have to wait around for the snow to fill in after you've like set up a pattern of blocks to make it fill in a specific way. And let me tell you, that was fucking annoying because there's nothing you can do to make the time pass faster. You set up a bed, it doesn't work. Really, it was a long chapter, honestly, for like how little I felt you actually unlocked, but it culminated in a pretty cool boss fight. You set up like a mega laser to fight a giant. However, a big story thing happened in that you ended up kind of betraying your bro Malroth. Or, you didn't totally betray him. You let him out of jail eventually, but you were still pretty pissed about it. Because you built the jail, that was fucked up. It was legitimately fucked up. You built a jail to put him in without his permission. So he's like butthurt right now, and I think that I'm probably gonna have to fight him as the Lord of Calamity that he is, or whatever. But, you know, before that happens, you get to go back to your island and do, yeah, you can now set up traps to deal with the random invasions, right? Sadly, when they're not set on the set path that it were during the story missions, the traps don't really work out so well, because they will just, like, spawn not in them. Kind of annoying, honestly. I wish there was, like, more depth to that, but whatever. It was fun for what it was. I mostly appreciate that I got all the stuff for the castle, because now the objective of the new area, the steps, is to build a big castle. And rather than being like mostly a pre-build or whatever, they actually only set up like a foundation for this one, and you have to build the whole roof. You have to set up all the rooms, figure out what they're supposed to be, build in walls, because the people were like, we want to actually try and build something on our own, and they couldn't do it. They built a half-ass castle.
Please, save me!
So once again, just leaving us with the, you know, foundation for creative freedom is what the game does best. But I feel like they really like did the most minimal amount of stuff with that one specifically. So yeah, I just spent like a lot of time filling out that castle, making it cool, setting up grand dining halls, my personal grand bedroom, throne room. I made a barracks, a blacksmith, some fields up there, poison waterfalls, trap rooms, a dungeon, slave quarters, and servant quarters, enchanting room. I set up a church. Me, of course. Yeah, really just building the whole top layer of the castle entirely out of nothing took a lot of time. I was also a little frustrated with how the blocks work, and that some of the blocks transform based on what's next to them, right? So with the castle tiles, it goes like one that's very clearly the ground level, and then one that's like a smooth top for the top. But people use those for floors, so I'm like, okay, I want those on the floors, but the first one you put down is going to be not that one, it's going to be the bottom layer one. So, there's a station that lets you craft specific ones, but I was annoyed until I figured that out.
Haven welcomes you.
Well met, Fury. All right. Let's see what I can do for you. Interesting. Aiming to lay down a mighty herd, sir? Interesting. Bests and blessings to you, Fury.
Yeah, I spent just a really long time doing that.
What would you ask of this humble merchant?
So overall, with that chapter specifically, I feel maybe a little disappointed. I thought that there would be more to do with the tower defense stuff. Maybe there will be more in the next act, but you know, I'm a little underwhelmed by it. It's not as in-depth as the other things.
As you wish. Farewell for now.
I need more help. This past hour, how long I've been going? How long have we been going? Hour, yeah. This past hour's indication I need health. Still, great game. Still having a great time. I'm not avoiding it for any reason, I just got a big backlog of things to do, and, you know, Tales of Rise was awesome. That held my attention for a very long time, so that's what we did instead. See, I was playing Axiom Verge 2 as well on the Switch, which I'm going to talk about now because I put it down. I haven't abandoned it entirely, but, like, I'm not enjoying it as much as I want to. I know there are two characters, so, like, we're going to play more of a traditional Metroid gun guy thing later on. But for now, what we're at is, like, a weird tribal synthetic robot guy who fights with melee weapons and a boomerang. And, what, the music's, like, tribal weird kind of stuff. When like Axiom Verge was like fucking jamming club music and I loved it. I guess you can compare it more to Castlevania with the weapon variety and like leveling up of them. You get like a spider bot transformation with a grapple hook. You can charge up that grapple hook to do like a shine spark over ledges and stuff, which is kind of sweet actually. The upgrades and abilities are creative, I guess. There are void portals to take you into an 8-bit world as opposed to the usual 16-bit one that you're in. And you can use that as a sort of fast travel, but there's also secrets in there and you have to be the spider bot the whole time. Again, I haven't, like, given up on the game, because it's not bad, right? I like a lot about it. But, like, I've played a lot so far. I've only been one character. You're not switching throughout, like, a Legacy of Kain game. And, like, I don't know what the hell is going on with the story. It's coming in very small doses between long stretches of gameplay, and the game's kind of hard, so the stretches are made even longer. I fought one boss, and it was for a story thing. There were a couple big optional enemies that I found that dropped, like, experience boosters, and I think those were, like, mini-bosses maybe, but they were, like, anticlimactic. There wasn't any boss music. They just felt like enemies. They were kind of hard to kill. Even though they were unique enemies and they don't respawn. I'm pretty sure they were supposed to be bosses, but again, anticlimactic. But the real reason, I just don't want to listen to this game, man. Like, the music, I said, isn't necessarily bad, but, like, it's not what I was expecting. But specifically, the sound design is just really freaking weird. Nothing sounds like anything. It's just, like, bit-crushed bullshit. You know, we'll attack, and it was like... And it's just, like, a really weird soundscape, man. Like... And it's not good, it's not pleasant. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Maybe if we were shooting laser guns it would make more sense, but like I'm swinging a copper axe right now. Should it sound like... No. No, it shouldn't. I don't even fuck with this guy. And yeah, I know Tom Happ or whatever his name is did it all the traditional way. Like, he actually programmed that music. He didn't synthesize it. He didn't record it. That's all coming out of the system's sound chip or whatever. But I don't know. That's how all NES games were, and they sounded better. They sounded better, damn it. I actually haven't looked at any reviews for the game, so I have no idea if this is a hot take or not, but like, what the fuck is the soundscape? So yeah, I haven't played that in a while, and yes, I am kind of avoiding it. I'll get back to it eventually. But, you know, there were just less annoying games to play.
Are you impressed?
That was not on my list of topics, it just came up because we were talking about a game on Switch.
Less than nothing for a horseman, especially me.
I feel like I didn't kill one of those guys. Maybe he burned up. Oh, hey, human. I think I've collected 4 of these now. I think the first upgrade comes at 5. Enchantment. I think this one gives you iframes or something. Arcane damage with this weapon. Arcane damage reduction? What? I did say that I like the magic attack on the lance, right? So having more arcane damage with it would be good. The guy did pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. An enemy is heal. We're just using wide range attacks because I don't want to fuck with invisibility. Oh, that's a fucking fallen angel. Hey, there's a heal. Give it here. It's a small one anyways, but... Confidence. Come here, you bitch. Whew. His confidence was higher than mine. That's why he won. Okay, so last thing on our list is Kingdom 2 Crowns. As the name would imply, there are two kings in this one, as in you can play it co-op. Well, I got it originally, though I haven't actually played it co-op. Because my brother doesn't understand the game. He's tried Kingdom New Lands before, and he thinks that it's cool, but he doesn't get it. So he's like really bad at it, and he gets frustrated when he loses, and that's why our wall is full of holes. Nah, not that game specifically, just I don't like being around him when he's angry, so I try not to play frustrating things with him. Oh, there's two? Oh, there's just an illusion. Okay, okay. My people need me. Oh, this guy doesn't have that much health. That was an illusion, though. Okay. So I'm a little annoyed with the release structure of these games, honestly. So there's Kingdom Classic, right? And that's just the basic game. You play, win, one land, one king, a bit of customization. And, you know, it's pretty, good music, elegant concept, but need more depth. So they released New Lands, which you had to buy. Basically the same game, but now there are multiple islands, challenge modes, a lot of new technology to unlock on these different islands, an actual progression system. It's more of a fully realized game as opposed to like a demo or whatever that Classic is. I think they gave me at a discount, at least. I don't think it was free, but discounted. way. So 2 crowns is new lands, but expanded, and I had to buy this one full price. Or, I bought it on sale, but they didn't give me any discount, is what I'm saying. And it has DLCs too, with collabs, with, Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, which adds, like, different characters you can unlock to play as throughout the campaign, as well as, like, making the units behave just a little differently, changing up what the endgame powers are. Just small things, really. All the mounts were changed too. All of them have, like, a more of a combat application now to fit the theme of Bloodstained. There was, like, a free Shogun update, which, like, makes things samurai-themed, changes up the units a bit more than the Bloodstained thing does. And currently they are working on a Norse-themed one, which looks like it's adding a lot of new mechanics, actually, and they're gonna make you pay for that one. But you see, they're releasing these as DLC packs for 2 crowns, not releasing a whole new freaking game, which I appreciate, I guess. Ooh. I got nothing to prove. I beat him earlier. So yeah, aside from the fact that I had to buy the game like 3 times already, I still went out of my way to buy it because I enjoy the actual game, right? So what is the gameplay? Basically, you're a king on a horse and you have a bag of money, right? You can give that money to people, and they'll do things for you. That's government. So you can get this money from chests that you find. They give it to you in a big amount at first, but, you know, those are limited. Otherwise, it comes from your hunters, people you've given a bow to, which you spend money to make bows, and people that you've recruited will pick up the tools that you made and do stuff. So generic hunters will hunt rabbits. And those are worth 1 coin each. Rabbits spawn in open fields where you have not yet set up your walls, so you want to, like, leave some space, right? They can also hunt deer if they go into a forest zone, which, as I said, you have to not expand your walls for the rabbits to work, but you have to expand your walls eventually, so you have to come up with a different food source. That means going through long stretches of forest without cutting them down to try and set up a wall on the other side, which is very risky. But if you do that, you'll get to keep the forest within your walls, and the guys migrating from the 2 different sides will end up hunting deer along the way, and deer are worth big money. So that's, like, advanced tactics, but because the maps are procedurally generated, it's not always totally viable. And you may end up going, like, a few days with just your builders getting wrecked by the bad guys at night before they actually get to build the walls. Or they do build the walls, and the guys who have to get to the new wall to defend it won't get there in time, and you'll have to repeat the whole process. So there is, like, decision-making in that sense, learning the maps, figuring out what you can do with what you have. once you reach a certain tech tier, there's wood, stone, and brick, and then like gold or whatever the final tier is. Maybe it's only 3, I don't remember. Once you reach the second tier and you have like 2 sets of walls set up on each side, you unlock catapults, which your engineers / builders can operate. And you can spend money to get flame barrels, which do big damage on the land for all the enemies in an area. Just a better thing, but the money sink. You also unlock spearmen, who will defend the walls with a melee weapon, poke at whoever's poking them. The spears break over time, though, unlike the other things, so like you have another money pit. However, since there's seasons now, during the winter you can't really hunt anymore. You can, just a little bit, but you really can't farm either. Yeah, farmers. They just farm money. I'll explain them more in a second, because now we're at crossroads. Right, the spearmen fish periodically. That's how you get most of your money during the winter. The farmers can pick at berry bushes, but those are unreliable, and you don't know where they're going to spawn. But farmers, they set up fields along rivers that you've established, and then how many fields depends on how much free space there is between the next wall and like what's open. So like if you choose to not build walls for sections, you can end up having very big stretches of fields. So again, more decision making, advanced tactics. And if you upgrade the field to level 2, they will stay there overnight. So again, you need to keep them safe if you don't want these guys losing their tools. Otherwise, they'll run back to the town center and have to run back and miss out on work time. Fuck me. See, there are statues to collect. You drop a big amount of gold into them, and they will provide a permanent buff to one of the tool users. There are hermits to collect. Each one carries a unique technology with them that you can pay for. A lot of them just upgrade to tier 3 or 4 or 5, whatever the highest tier tower is, into something special, like a ballista or a bakery to attract the homeless, which is how you recruit guys. You have to find homeless camps and throw money at them. Why do we keep going up this way? The homeless camps go away after you've cut down the trees nearby, so that's another reason to encapsulate the forest. But, if, you know, with the bakery, you can make bread, which will attract them and auto-recruit them. You don't have to walk across the map to find them every time anymore. There's the boat you have to build. That's probably the biggest money pit. That's how you move on to the next land and get new technology. Otherwise, there's like a wave defense thing going on at night. And, see, one side of the island has the pier, and you need to unlock that to escape. And if you kill the portal all the way at the end of that pier, you can build a lighthouse, which will let you keep some things on your island for when you return, or if you die and have to restart on an old island. And depending on what tech tier you're at, you can upgrade that tower more to keep more things. The other side has a portal, though, like a big portal built into a mountain, and that one is permanent. Seemingly, it was permanent in the previous game. This time they added a bomb that you can escort with the new knight unit. There were always, like, swordsman units that you could recruit, but now there's, like, full-on knights with a lot more health. they have a bigger squad, they're very strong, use a long sword so they have more range. So you can use them to escort a big-ass bomb into the mountain, and then you go through like a cool section where you actually like attack rather than defend. And you have to do that on each and every island to secure it. Then you don't have to worry about building up towers anymore. You can set up farms, gold money, and stuff. There are new mounts to find. Each one has unique purpose. Some of them are like slow, but they can attack or whatever. Some have different levels of stamina. Recover it faster. Some of them are just fast, but no stamina. Some have unique effects, like the deer runs faster in the forest, and if you stand still, it'll attract other deer, which can lead to your hunters. Or the bear, when you're sprinting, it'll attack, so you can kind of fight with that, but you can also use it to hunt rabbits on your own. It's very useful. So, you know, the gameplay is still very simple. All you can really do is pay people to do things and build stuff. But, you know, there is a layer of strategy to it and tough decision making, which you get the hang of eventually. I feel like the procedural generation has screwed me over pretty hard a few times, so I guess the algorithm isn't perfect with that. I don't know, it's just a solid game. I bought it 3 times, that's a testament, right? I feel like it's actually, like, complete, though. Like, there's a start and an end to it, finally, in this version. I just want to get back to where I died and then run away. Like, I'm not trying to fuck with that angel and the big boy. Maybe one at a time if I can lure him out, but, like... Shit, man. Oh, jeez, I didn't get to talk about... They added a new enemy type, right? So, normally the enemies are just like these little guys, and sometimes they have masks, which act as armor. And there are ogres, which are good at smashing your walls, and they have a lot of health. They've always been annoying, but you basically need a catapult to deal with them. layer of strategy. If you build towers ahead of your walls and like no walls, it'll just fuck up the enemies while they walk on to wherever your wall is, and that's good for softening up the ogres before they even get to you. And these enemies start spawning in like bigger varieties as the days go on, so like speed running is an element to this for sure. And just noticed the invisible guy. Right, there are also like these mist-ass creatures that fly and they straight up eat people. They're meant for taking guys out of your towers specifically, but they eat people. Like, they actually kill them, they don't just take their money. So those ones are pretty fucked up, and they've always been hard to deal with. The ballista one-shots them, but it's hard to get the ballista because you need to spend gems, which are special currency found in specific chests on them, to unlock new technology, and like there aren't any gems on the first island, which is where the ballista is. So you have to go back to the first island and recruit the ballista stage to bring him along to wherever you need him. But you'll forget about it. Or you'll spend your gems on other things that you want, because there's so many things to spend them on. But what I wanted to talk about was a new enemy, which is like a charger. It kind of looks like a dog, and it just like runs on all fours. Kind of like the things from A Quiet Place. And its whole thing is it can jump over walls, it runs past all your units, it has a lot of health, so like it's not gonna die too quickly, and it goes right for you. It wants your crown, and it'll knock it off and run off with it, and it's been what ended my runs every time so far. It's really quite difficult to deal with. Though it's partially my fault in that I don't build all the towers available, because there wasn't a reason to, alright? It was just a waste of guys, because guys are going to occupy all the towers and not hunt or defend the walls. But if your wall is like a million walls ahead, then those guys are just doing nothing. Now there is a reason for them, but I can't bring myself to do it. So, I don't know, I guess I just like made my own argument into how it's a good enemy, and that it fixed the design flaw with the game, but boy does it piss me off. We made it back to our souls. We're just over here. Question is, do I risk it for the biscuit or not? Oh shit, we might have died too many times. Yeah, let's turn around. Okay, never mind. I'm not entirely sure we can go back the way we came. Oh, I can farm out a health thing. From the Illuge. I have Havoc ready. I can use that. Take care of one of these guys. Let's do that! Ideally, I'd hit both of them at once. Ow. I don't feel good about any of that. Alright, we are literally running past everything to get back there. And running back to hope for the best results. And then we're gonna move on to do actual stuff, because this is all diversion. This is what I was talking about with Tales of Arise. Like, I could have left and done something that was probably easier, but I didn't because I'm stupid. And that's where at least 10 of my hours went. The big bad. I got an awardment. Woo! Right, we actually want to go down this way. Back to where we were at the start of the session. Boulder.
Good eating. This will be fun for both of us. As you wish. Farewell. For now.
Okay, so that's everything I had on my list of stuff that I wanted to talk about, I think. Talk about anime sometimes. I don't think I've watched anything too crazy noteworthy recently. Maybe I have, but like I'm kind of half paying attention to everything I'm doing right now. So maybe something will come to my mind. But you know what we can do? We can talk about dating apps. Wow. This is gonna be an embarrassing conversation, but you know, everything I do is cringe. So as some of you are aware, if you've watched long enough back when we had a regular viewer, Spunky, see, I am currently 23, never dated anyone. Been asked out a few times, said no, they were hot, but I was not mentally ready. And then I've asked out one person and been friend-zoned, and that's where we're at right now, right? And, you know, I haven't actively been seeking out a relationship at any point, but I don't know, I feel like I could try and deal with that. It might help me grow as a person to, like, have someone that I actually hang out with on a regular basis. You know, I could be completely wrong in thinking that. Because, you know, I don't hang out with people. I don't know. So, you know, we did what every lazy man did, because I don't have the courage to talk to people in public, because I feel it's rude. Like, if you're hitting on someone who is not single, it's very rude, and they'll make them uncomfortable. You might ruin their relationship if you work with them or whatever. And, you know, if they're not interested, that's just awkward. Again, same issues. And, you know, there's always the chance that it works out, but those other two options are a lot scarier. So we don't do that. And that's why online exists. Which is a horrible, horrible place. So, if someone hasn't done any research on this, what's the first thing you're gonna go to? Tinder, of course. Surprisingly, on the App Store, not found under dating apps, it's found under lifestyle. Why? Because it ruins your fucking life, that's why. So I have an Android phone, the version is a bit behind. It's apparently buggy as fuck on all versions though, despite how old, how used it is. Yeah, it's like buggy as fuck. My initial experience is like the UI changed every time I opened it. Eventually the ability to open up profiles and read bios disappeared entirely. So the first person I matched with was actually a nice person. We talked a little. However, when the button came back and I was able to read about them or what they wrote, found out they were asexual. And like, you know, that's okay. Maybe I could work with that. However, I'm not trying to like swear off sex completely without ever trying it, right? Like, temptation, it would make me cheat on her eventually, I feel, possibly. And I'd hate myself, and she doesn't deserve that, so, like, that was a no-go. Tried to be friends, and I guess she didn't want that. She wanted something slightly more intimate, which, like, I don't know, I can't wrap my head around asexuality entirely. I feel like that's just, like, friendship. Like, technically, you still kiss and cuddle, and with the exception of kissing, cuddling can be, like, a friend thing, right? Let's see, so you know how it works, left, right, you like or you don't. You can also swipe up to spend a daily super like, which shows them without them paying money to see who liked them. And that's basically the only one that actually works, because there is a massive flood of bot users and male users specifically, so your normal ones will get covered up by new users who get priority. And unless the person is very desperate and they're actually, like, using it frequently enough to outpace the flood, you are unlikely to ever be seen without paying money yourself. Or taking advantage of your 1 free daily thing. So you'll see a lot of people just put their Instagram or their Snapchat in their bio to avoid the whole bullshit, not pay money, whatever. Most of those people are bots and or scammers, so like it's very risky even when they are legit. And yes, I have talked to a few of them. The most common scam, surprisingly, is people disguising as hookers or cam girls. Like, really weird. I don't know, of course there are legit ones of those on there too. But basically, you have to try and make contact within the thing first. It's the only way to be safe. So anyways, I didn't understand how to use any of that at first. And I also wasn't getting any likes on my profile, so like to get the new boost back, we delete account, remake it, that's what everyone does, and I fucked up. Alright, shadow ban. Now you can't use it for 3 months, because your profile isn't being shown to anyone on purpose. And they don't tell you. So now we have to delve into the world of the other ones, which are just also trash. Chief competitor, Bumble. Nobody uses it. Well, it has a lot of users, but women have to message first. Girls are all shy. They don't want to message first. And that's why nothing has ever happened. Like, literally fucking nothing. Hate it. And I've tried a few times. Even tried doing like a 1-month membership to see if like it's a scam and they only show you if you're paying or whatever. Doesn't work. All the other ones are also scams, work the same way. A lot of them have really confusing UIs. If you haven't heard of it, like, anywhere, don't even bother, because everyone on it will be a bot, except for Plenty of Fish, which is guaranteed bots, and you have heard of that. Specialty things you don't want to be on because, like, the people on these things are already crazy. Those ones are actually crazy and or fake. I don't want to go in depth about a lot of them because, like, nobody cares, alright? If people don't use them, I don't need to talk about why the fucking UI is fucking terrible, why this feature's bad. So we can go back to actually praising the one good one that nobody uses, OkCupid. So what is shitty about it is your profile pictures have to have you in them, so like no personality pics. However, you can write whatever the fuck you want in your bio, and there are questions that answer. Some of them they're actually kind of fun. There's a lot of questions. They ask like real things that you might actually fucking care about, deal breakers. Get an idea for people's political beliefs, religious beliefs, lifestyle, sexual things. And, you know, you can only answer as many as you want, and then it'll, like, try and match you with people with similar answers to give you a percentage of what you agree on. Gauge the crazy. So a lot of people don't fill them out. There's not a lot of profiles in general. You can also send a message when you like someone, and they just get doled out over time rather than all at once, but like that's a guaranteed showing them to you. And see, there's a list of everyone that you've swiped on, so like you can send the message later if you didn't already, and then they disappear. Other apps don't let you keep a list of that or upgrade stuff that you maybe want to. So yeah, overall good. Nobody uses it. Very sad. I guess it was better at some point in time, and then they made like a greedy decision. I don't know what it was, but whatever. These things are all owned by one company, by the way. Well, I think there's two companies, but it's really strange that they're like all cannibalizing their audience across these different things. But they're all relatively the same, just worse in different ways. And, you know, depending on where you live, the activity on these things might be different. So, like, I'm in the New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, tri-state area. I mean, it's pretty densely populated. But specifically around me, I'm like on the outskirts, so I have to drive at like 50 miles to get to one of the cities at least. Which, you know, people in the cities, they've got a million people around them. They don't want to come out to you. Especially New Yorkers who love their city so very much, even though it smells like poop. Right, so after the 3 months went up, no, I didn't talk to, like, literally anyone. Oh shit, I forgot to mention Hinge, which is, like, the newer thing that people use since Tinder's, like, bad now. It was always bad, but it actually, like, went fucking terrible the last few months. So, allegedly geared towards more serious relationships. Profiles, a lot more annoying to make, a lot terrible to set up. There's no, like, distance number. It just shows you the town that they're allegedly in, so you have to open up Google Maps constantly to see how far away. And it'll show you people outside your search range. And then because there's no punishment, like, the app's designed to be deleted, allegedly, because you're supposed to find the one. But because there's no punishment, people are making scam accounts very frequently. A lot of legit hookers that you will see pop up like 3 times in an hour because they keep remaking them. A lot of actual nudity posted on there, even though it's illegal. And yeah, it's a shit show, stay away. That one's another one where you send a message with your thing and it just shows you, so like it's not too greedy in that sense, but like it gets tiresome when you send out 100 messages and nobody responds. Probably because it only shows one at a time, so like they're getting flooded with messages, and you know how it works. Same problem we mentioned before. You just don't get seen. That's the general issue with all of them, right? and that's why they don't work. And they want you to spend money after you're desperate or whatever, and that doesn't help you whatsoever, so don't. It does nothing to fix the actual issue. So what I mean by... Right, after all of that went back, all that happened, didn't talk to anyone aside from scammers, finally the shadow ban's up, go back to Tinder, different place. Now there's a limit on how many people you can like in a day, I think it's like 10. Trying to cut back on addiction, I'm sure, but also very frustrating because, again, the girls are getting tons of likes, so it just like makes it that much harder for you to be seen as an only male user. Then on top of that, girls are hot, right? They don't need to freaking be online. They're getting hit on in public all the time, so they just don't use it in general. Or they're there for fun, make fun of your profile because you're pathetic. And despite a lot of them having like a rep for hooking up, that's like allegedly not what's happening. So somebody's lying, right? Either you don't want to seem easy, or that was never a thing. But somebody's lying. And that's more or less been the whole experience. Talk to bots, almost get scammed, maybe get legit scammed once so you learn your lesson. Have like 2 legit conversations that end up with you getting ghosted, and then you feel like shit and totally undesirable because nobody sees your profile. And that's where we're at. I'm like pretty done with the whole thing. Called sunk fallacy. I gotta stay till I get something, but like we're through. Maybe one day we'll try in person. Once I decide to become a fuckboy. Overall, stay the fuck away, alright? You heard it was bad, you told yourself you'd never make one. Keep telling yourself that. You know what? I tried to avoid this topic specifically to avoid offending people, but like... See, there is a surprising amount of other gendered people. As in, you know, the whole spectrum, there's like a million different genders. A lot of people do not identify as male or female, or man-woman. And, like, the whole terminology around the whole thing is confusing, right? Like, male-female refers to plug-in socket, it's what you got, right? Then man-woman is more of a mental state. And then there's everything in between, which has a lot of different meanings. The most common one you'll see is non-binary. What does it mean? Not either. What does it mean with genitalia? Good luck asking. What does it mean for pronouns? Well, hopefully they're okay with whatever, but sometimes they'll be annoying about it. What does it mean if you're straight and you go for one of them? Good luck finding that out. Specifically, like, I hate that one the most because it's an umbrella term. It means a lot of different things, and there are more hyper-specific words that people do not pick. Oh boy. But the first one to come to mind for you, obviously, is transgender. And... It's a weird topic. See, people, like, abuse them, or they lie to get, like, a date with them, and then they go, like, murder them or whatever. That happens. So they will lie about being like a cisgender woman in their profile, and you'll find out later, which is how you get killed, and I don't agree with that, but they do it for their safety. Other times they're upfront about it, and then they're like, okay, people don't read, so just add the Instagram or whatever. You actually can read, haha, but then that means that you're talking to a scammer because it has all the same risks, but they, like, might be legit. So then, you know, as I said, to avoid scammers, you gotta try and make contact in the app, so then you obviously want to, like, spend money, send one to super things, right? But that makes you look desperate, so people don't like that either. Or it'll make it look like you're fetishizing them, specifically with that case. Which is also not a good thing, so there's no winning if that's what you're into. Not that I've talked to any of them, because nobody sees my thing. These are all just assumptions that you can tell by reading profiles. Hey, that's another interesting topic. You can kind of see the state of the human consciousness when you're looking around, right? You can see the meme of the month that everyone's using. You can see how people are getting fed up with how these things work. You can see that the massive influx of bots as people have lost their jobs from the pandemic. So, like, I do see the appeal of just being on there for fun, right? Just to see what the world is thinking. There's also, like, a weird phenomenon where men like to fish, and they show off their catches, and nobody likes it. So that's a thing. A lot of profiles are also just lazy. I mentioned how they just put their Instagram or whatever, like, other times they're like, if you have a fish, go away. And that's all. God forbid you tell me anything about you. Or it'll be meme of the month, which also seems bot-like and doesn't tell me anything about you. Or it'll still be like very full of yourself, kind of. Like I don't fucking know. They're not very common. It's like, no hookups. Here's a picture of my ass. Or I just want to have a good conversation. About what? Question mark. Hobbies, drinking. That's it. You can pick like 5 things and I don't always pick all the things. Food, drinking. Basically, I'm a fucking couch potato. See, that's another big reason. I'm not like that. So, like, would say I'm too picky in that respect, and that I want someone to actually have a fucking personality. Not even to date, just to be friends, but like... They don't. I don't know what the fucking deal is, but so many women just let their whole lives be defined by whoever they're dating at the time. Oh boy. There's probably like a lot of different conversations we could have about that if I wanted to, but I don't. We're sweaty and embarrassed now. But you know, at least there's a legit review of these things out there somewhere now. Because, you know, I tried to do research at first, and there was nothing telling me what I didn't already know. But somehow I feel like my experience was worse. And the fact that I didn't contact too many people. There was no horror story, just my deteriorating mental health. Oh, there we go. I can transition to an actual topic, and that's inceldom, right? I think that these two things are like very closely related, and that everything that incels believe are validated by how like these profiles are set up, right? Like how women only care about drinking and weed and height. Right, that's another big thing in this area specifically. Everyone smokes marijuana, even though it's not legal here. And that's just like an entire personality. I can outsmoke you. That's the most common one you see. And, you know, I can see someone who had my experience specifically starting to resent people, thinking that they're stuck up, even though the reality is they just aren't being seen at all. Because that's the nature of the thing, but... yeah, I swear it created the incels. Shit, I guess that label technically fits me now. Before I wasn't looking. Now I am, and it ain't working. And what's really messed up about the whole thing is that I'm getting older. I'm still very young, I know. But, like, having zero experience whatsoever feels a lot more unacceptable. Like, it's gonna be really strange when you're 30 and you still bust a nut because you held someone's hand. Stuff down there. I don't remember if I ever killed the big guy. Looks like I might have. No, I did not. Okay. That's another thing that's just horrible about a lot of them too. Not being able to filter out stuff that you don't like. Like I mentioned, I don't smoke marijuana, but a lot of people here do. If I could just get rid of all those, that'd be great. Sometimes there are decent people who smoke, and that's fine, but for the most part, it's someone's entire personality. And I don't like that. I don't want to see it. Also, if you smoke cigarettes, that's fucking disgusting. And, like, some of them do have filters, but you have to pay for them, and that's, like, a load of shit. I don't have to pay to see freaking men and women, do I? No. You're gonna have to pay to not see smokers. Eesh. Right, and the location thing, that's like another thing that just doesn't work. You set it low and it'll show you people up to like 3 times as far away. And there are apparently apps you can download to fake location too, so that makes scammers all that much harder to figure out. Not gonna lie, sometimes I message them for fun, just to waste their fucking time. Like, I'll see someone who used a porn star's picture as their freaking thing, and I'm like, okay. tired of watching this same area. Let's kill him. Okay, that didn't do as much damage as it should have. I have more arms than the previous one. Come on. Let me in. Arya's waiting for me. Yeesh. Yeah, let's not play him. When you're angry, you have a Snickers. No sponsor. Could be sponsor. I just want to get my shit and get the fuck out of here. Dude, I should probably mention Christ. I should mention that, like, I'm not that desperate, alright? So, maybe I would have had better luck if I was swiping on ugly girls, but, like, again, I don't want it that bad. I'm sure there's a lot of people who do. But, like, I am perfectly content playing video games all day. In fact, I already don't have enough time to take care of myself because we're addicted to these and it's terrible. Fulgrim, do you actually sell anything? Leviathan. Germination Core.
An excellent, as you wish.
Let's get that, or help Cern to outgrow it. I remember walking around this area for like hours and not figuring out that the door we need to go through is like right the fuck there. And that's how we get into like the marshlands where our next guy is. Once we get down there, we're gonna like be there for a good while. We're gonna come out with the remaining 2 hollows. Oh, we fought one of them. I think it was an ambush, yeah. Looks sus. Oh! Oh! Got him. Oh, he's alive. Oh, shit. Is he? Are we good? Hey, you. Come here. I'm trying to bait out those other guys. They're roasting their weenies. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Oh. Friendly fire him? I think I dodged into his attack range. Roll the thing. Do the raw. Get it right. Ah. Get off that fucking car, you bitch. Damn it. Got a lot of money from doing that. We could sit here and farm if we wanted to. But do we? Honestly, it's really frustrating that I can bring enemies to me while they're mid-attack. I feel like they should get stunned or something. I guess it's a feature either way, and maybe it would be too OP to have an attack that auto staggers the enemy. Or maybe it's just a damage thing, and like I don't hit hard enough yet. Still, it's really been killing me a lot. In fact, to make it look less weird, maybe it should pull me to them if they're mid-attack. It would make me feel really punished for doing it. I really die fighting one fucking enemy. Ah. Ah. Fucking asshole. Two of them, huh? Well played. Get fucked by one guy, but then take out 4 at once. Don't you love it? EFO. Huh. Oh, we ain't fucking with them. We got rid of those guys, so it's just him now. This guy ain't shit. Oh. Right. There's another topic. So, like, that's on the dating end of things. There has to be some people who actually just want to hook up if that's what you're into, right? The answer is no. Nobody does. Everybody wants a little human connection. And so anything geared towards that, scam. 100% of the time, stay away. Ads you see on porn sites, don't click them. You know better than to click ads anywhere. The adult friend finder that Pornhub reps, stay away. They want your credit card, alright? You don't need to pay for this. I just told you spending money never helps. Craigslist? Well, that's just sketchy, but some people do that, so, like, also stay away. It's sketchy because there's no pictures, no verification.
I don't want to die.
I buy stuff off Craigslist sometimes, so that works out. Surprisingly safer than OfferUp. I mentioned that because that's OfferUp's another place where, and eBay, of course, is another place where people have turned to scamming to make up for not having their jobs anymore. Honestly, the internet's a very dangerous place right now. Human over here. I think this might be number 5.
Please, no. What is this?
It doesn't tell me. I'll just have to check back at Haven whenever I find a Vulgarum. I know there's one right over there, but you clear out all these enemies. You don't want to do anything silly. I didn't mean to kill that bug. I need him. Yeah, I knew one of those was gonna have a guy in it. Oh shit, 2 of them. Fucking necromorph. We still have to play Dead Space. It's been on our list of things to do for a while. I didn't even think of it, but like, it's October. That should have been what we played. Maybe that'll be next. Ah, which way's right? Which way's right? Nobody knows. This one has a puddle, so it has to at least be Fat Luke's, right? The plan is to go around through the alley because we can avoid all that combat. Obviously, I did it before because I wanted to explore what was over there, but now I know what's over there, and I'm no longer interested. Forgot about him. Zeratul. Oh, now you want to fight, eh? I think this guy's whole thing is just sneak attacks, and he's kind of stun locked once you start hitting him. We can teleport out whenever, so I don't need to be too careful as long as I can land a hit. Stay away. Fucking run. Okay, black guy. Black guy in the basement. Oh, how the tables have turned. Can you believe they actually let Bill Cosby go? No. That one and that one. I wonder if I can do damage by throwing this at it, or if they have to come out first. Did damage, not a lot. Getting dangerously close to the other one.
That seems important.
A little ostentatious, if you ask me.
For once, we agree.
Could have sworn there was a Vulgrim, like, right here. Oh, he's right over there.
What is it?
Something about this place.
Oh, you wish to repent for your sins?
I will not waver to cleave the Watcher head from your Watcher body.
Less sarcasm. Noted, mistress.
Shield your eyes!
Right. What is that?
Well, well, well. Imagine my disappointment. To think that this is the best the Council has to offer. Of the fabled Four Horsemen, they send the lowliest, the most pathetic of all.
Pride, charming as ever. I've come for you.
Oh, really? As if you'd know what to do with me if you could have me. Please, spare me.
Are you not one of the great seven deadly? Fight me instead of cowering, you pompous, pathetic
Your
excuse!
taunts are a waste of breath, horseman. No more an annoyance than the buzzing of a fly. Beneath my notice, like everything else in the Creator's grand experiment, even the greatest treasures of heaven and hell pale beneath my light. Scurry back to the hole you were born from. Perhaps when I am the only sin left on this sad little rock, you will be worthy of an audience with me.
When I'm done, there will be no sins left standing.
So you say. Considering your current state, I find it highly unlikely that we'll ever meet again. But by the rare chance you do earn my favor, find me in Ares. Though I highly doubt a creature such as yourself would be welcome in a place so refined. I encourage you to surprise me, horseman. Until that time,
What an insufferable creature.
Can I just go here? Is this the boss room?
Good eating. This will be fun for both of us. As you wish. Do make sure they scream, horseman.
Where are we at? Two, almost 3 hours. We can explore a bit more. Alright, we didn't make much progress. We got our asses kicked. However, we leveled up a lot. That's good. I feel like there was an episode just like this when we were at this part in the original playthrough too, though, so it's just part of the game. It's an authentic experience. Plus, we're like ahead of where we were by then anyways, so that's good. We definitely didn't kill Avarice until the 3rd session last time.
I will never understand their attachment to such things.
Mistress.
They cling so desperately to this iconography. The symbolism of heaven and hell.
They?
Humanity. For thousands of years, they held the fruit of creation in their hands, but ignored it to squabble over totems and fables. Whatever the Creator saw in them.
The Creator. Why don't they say God? And they just nod to say it. It's the dill. Geez, I totally forgot to mention, last time we talked about Actraiser Renaissance, right? It's an offline game, but they censor your profile name for some reason. So I mentioned that you play basically the Judeo-Christian God. A little more Norse, but basically, you know, Jesus Christ. So, if you try to name yourself Jesus Christ, it will tell you can't do that, and you have to pick something else. It'll censor it. So that sucks. That was like the meme that people did. And you know, I personally always use an offensive name. Don't say. Hopefully it'll never come up on stream if I'm playing a game that I've played before, but... always use offensive words. Which I think's okay because I don't mean anything by it, but you know, the internet wants to mean and like hates comedy and stuff, I don't know. All I did was open up another path. This looks sus. Alright, so if offensive word isn't an option, I use Squablo. That's my other alt name. Squablo is what the freaking guys in Spore say when you're commanding them in the civil and space stage. Squablo! I think it means like Roger. Sometimes they'll say Squablo to Coblash. Probably like Roger Wilco. I think it sounds like a Native American name. Mama. Do I just jump down there, or do I go through the church? The game will probably just like kill me if I jump down, so I think the church is probably the right option. But we can also climb up. And what's this, I wonder? Ugh. And the freaking boomerang thing. It's a glaive, I know, but a return seat, which makes it a boomerang. I don't think boomerang has anything to do with the actual shape. Because there are ones with more blades than just the two. Just the idea that it boomerangs back. I know, though. I'm not Australian. I just know it go to the best weapon in Dragon Quest. I don't even know if they are an Australian weapon. They're just one of the things that we associate with them. Like boxing. Is that it? I feel like I should be able to break that. I guess there was an artifact up here, right? So it was on that corpse? I don't remember. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? That was fucked up, bro. Come on, dude. That was the way I came. Eh? Who dropped fat loots? Heard that sound earlier, I didn't know where it came from. Oh, it might have been this opening. Get my ass beat real quick. Way to lose 500 souls. Garbage, I don't need it. I don't know why I went in here. I didn't think it would let me. Oh, okay, the door's closed. Final boss. I think that's the final boss, right? No, it's not. That's where we fight them, but it's not the... Yeah, something like that, from what I remember.
We know how to make an exit. Literally.
Bell doesn't ring. 0 out of 10. I'm dying of a fever because there is no bell. Scary skeleton. There's the lurcher. Here's my chibi. I think I want to start investing in damage again. That guy has a bow. Strongman. Knew I should have just ran right for the bowman. That sword too hit me. I need another Snickers. You know what the best part about working at a kids' place is? They celebrate Halloween. Got so much fucking free candy. I'm too old to trick or treat, and I'm not cool enough to be invited to parties. So, gotta get candy somehow. That was half a joke. I just don't like parties. So I don't get invited. Not because they weren't thinking of me, but because they were. Still, it's one of those things where, like, it feels kind of bad that, like, you weren't given the opportunity to say no. Frick. I mean, I can't bring him over the ledge. Treasure right here. I don't know, they've been dispatched. Who wants to get killed by the black skeleton? A+. One hit. Man, my posture's so fucking bad. Because of all the weird ways I've been sitting. Noticeably more back pain this month. No, I knew he was gonna do something like that, and I let him. Yeah, I fucking did it. Pulled them towards me. Okay, not only does it feel bad, but like it looks bad too from the enemy's standpoint because they're getting dragged and there's no animation for it. I really feel like they could have kept it like just as punishing if they pulled me towards them instead. But like it would be less difficult to program. Ideally, the weapon only needs that access to the enemy's health, and that'll take care of them, like, staggering or whatever. You shouldn't need to know anything about what animations the enemy's playing. But since it's your character's weapon, it should know that already. That's not to say that it can't, it's just bad practice to do so, because that's like, takes up more RAM for no reason. much. You know what, fuck this. Asshole. He didn't even drop anything, and he wasn't guarding anything. What was the point? Oh, he did drop something. Alright, I'll take it. I'm pretty sure that's the way back up. Actually, if I remember correctly, this is the room where I told the story of how I got my name. Or, you know, the screen name. Since we might delete that, I guess I need to re-explain. So I have an older brother. He made me a Steam account originally, right? And that name was Man Bear Pig. Like from South Park. So, you know, people who didn't watch South Park thought it was funny, thought it was goofy, wacky, zany.
You seem distracted.
We horsemen are defined by a great many things. Our mission, our gifts, and our solitude. For so long, I cannot even remember. Rampage was my only companion.
Mistress.
Forget it. The horseman is not defined by the horse.
Yeesh. Mood. Right, so I thought it was goofy, wacky, zany, and honestly, it's not that fucking funny. So when people are, like, losing their shit when they read the name, it's kind of annoying. Because, you know, it's just, like, childish sense of humor, I guess. I don't know. The actual joke, in terms of South Park, was that, you know, it's just some myth bullshit that Al Gore is constantly, like, talking about, right? AKA global warming. Which, you know, was disproven. It's climate change. Things are getting both hotter and colder. The extremes are increasing. Well, like, even in the South Park game, The Stick of Truth, you go into Al Gore's office and, like, everything that looks like global warming is just about Man-Bear-Pig. You see, that's actually funny and clever, but Man-Bear-Pig itself is not. So, you know, I just got tired of hearing about that, and I changed it to 3 other random animals. You know what we landed on. And there you go, there's the whole joke. The name is, in fact, as random as it sounds. But I got to draw my cute chimera eventually, so that's cool. Except he's not cute anymore. He's scruffy. Canonically has a drinking problem. He swims in beer. Some of these eggs is gonna hatch, right? You gotta. Oh, why does this exist when that path also exists? Am I supposed to use it to get over here? 'Cause I don't think I can. I need to use the ice climb. Ice climbers! That was a bad announcer impression. I'm sorry. Oh hey, it put me up here anyways. Woo! So then what's the point of this? Just more options to go someplace that I've already been? There's 3 ways to get it. Whatever.
Look up ahead, mistress. What is that?
That is Zacky
Probably
Boy.
something new to kill.
No, it's a platform.
Mans. Oh, they're adorable.
In what realm is this considered adorable?
Perhaps that's an
It's kind of cute.
But it is.
Look at him, he's got a little hat. Oh,
innocent.
well now he's not
Nothing
adorable.
in this world is innocent.
You can't see? Yeah, he's kind of cute. My god. Do I spank him? There we go. A cattle prod. Can't believe I was just casually using those. I need those for bosses.
At least your adorable monster served a purpose.
Harsh, even for you, mistress.
Harsh, bro. Eh.
Filthy insects!
They're arachnids, actually. Or maybe crustaceans? Those are shells, right? Those are crustaceans. But I don't think that they're the, like, grown-up form of whatever we just fought, because they're flat and the other guys were round. Why would they flatten out? Ow. Dizzy. Ow. Not doing very much damage. There we go. Some distance. No, I don't think there's any bug boys to throw. I need to come back with the actual power. The Bone Lands, yay! Woo! We got our asses kicked here.
What would you ask of this? Will be fun for both of us. As you wish.
Alright, how's we on time? 3.5. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat that question?
This trek would be much easier on horseback.
Maybe just a little more. 10, 20 minutes.
Again, you're here to watch, not to speak.
Oh, I'm here for much more than that.
Is dying on your agenda?
A threat.
I haven't decided yet.
I am like 90% sure those are missing textures. Normally it's like a weird magenta color if like they failed to load. And like this kind of has like a graininess to it, like it could be metal, hypothetically, or maybe concrete, but like it doesn't match. I'm pretty sure these are just like the default dev tech checkers. And maybe the grain is from film grain, like an image effect that I haven't noticed until now? I don't know. Let's see if the other ones look like that. To confirm. Because that's not failed to load, otherwise it would probably be that magenta. I know in Unity there's a setting to change it, but like we leave it the gross magenta because it stands out. If we just made it black, people might like not even notice, but like whatever, we have more integrity than that. Oh, this guy a boss in 2. We just hit a loading screen, maybe it'll correct itself. Prove me wrong. Fucking ear hurts. My other one's fine, it's weird. Nah, this one's still fucked up. So that, like, my theory holds that this is actually just something that the devs fucked up and, like, missed. It's also weird that they've got, like, the metal corners, but not the walls. Like, it's really a big mismatch. This is made in Unreal, so I'm assuming that it's just as accessible as Unity, despite that I've never actually used Unreal. Because their scripts are written in Python, which I don't know. The structure is very different from C# and Java, is what I know. I also played with ActionScript a little bit, but you know, Adobe Flash is dead, so it's useless knowledge. Surprisingly, a lot of things use Python, though. I feel like that's maybe the more useful thing to learn. If you're wondering what language you should get into by chance. Though C# is allegedly more, like, performant. Like, it's closer to machine language, because it's based on C++ or whatever. So more people should be using it, but they aren't. Everyone likes Python because it's good to write in or something, I don't know. I look at it and I see less structure and I don't like it. Fuck. Unreal also has like visual scripting that a lot of people use, but I really dislike that. Like, sure, if you don't want to learn how to program, it's the way to go, but it makes things take a lot longer, and you have to figure out, like, weird ways to connect nodes to do relatively simple things. And setting up new functions to be repeated is a little more complicated because you have to do all that. I tried to learn it for like writing shaders and stuff, but like it's just as complicated there, and you're also limited in what you can do, which sucks. So I'm still writing them by code without a manual, which was the whole problem initially. Instead of coming up with a whole new fucking system, they could have just given us a goddamn manual, but they never did. It was the camera angle that got me. I was holding left, but I went forward. Or something like that. Maybe I was holding forward to go left based on where I was looking. Ooh. Shit. I did the same thing. I also shouldn't have been dodging to the side in general. Because he does a sweepy attack with his tongue thing. His tummy tongue. The whole point of him is to, like, make you back up with that so he can use the laser. Or his magic missile thing. His death coil. That. Isn't it crazy how I killed this guy no problem the first time we saw him, and now he's taking forever? This isn't even the guy who killed us. There's the edgelord with a sword. Strat when he blasted me away to freaking way out my thing. I didn't even know I had knockback because how fucking strong it is. My god. Only took us like 5 fucking tries, goddamn. That's the guy who killed us. Pretty sure he's just a normal enemy too, he's not gonna shit. Summoning them. Call them a necromancer, but they're demons, so it's more like a warlock. Maybe he's resurrecting dead ones, because I see that freaking purple guy's back. It might not be the same one. Hit. What? What? Oh, that pisses me off. Makes me want to pull the rest of my damn hair out. becoming pretty frustrated with how I have to stop doing everything to heal, despite there not being an animation for it anymore. It feels like it's something I shouldn't have to think about anymore, but I do. I can damage type, but books must die. You feel good when you see all the numbers. Edgelord. There are two of them. It looks like the wizard stayed dead. Good. I don't think there's any bugs. Okay. Oh, it's just not him. That was like a spider. Ow. A black one. They're so much worse. Shit. Well, you know, I guess I don't have to fight the fat guy. Now that I know the wizard's gone, that was the reason I took care of him again. I thought I was gonna have to stop and deal with that guy, but, you know, whatever. Chasing me? Somewhere around here. Okay, whoever can jump will. Is none of them pathetic. He's actually stuck. I need my things back when I smash that cluster? This was happening before too, right? Infuriating. I had to have had things to lose. Oh, seems like I have to fight this guy. hilarious. I had all that time. I still dodged the wrong way. I wonder if he's weaker to an element. I mean, parts of that are doing more damage, right? No. I think it's doing about the same, but this is also lower levels, so maybe it does do more by technicality. He doesn't have that much health, he just guards like a motherfucker. I feel like there's a Vulgrim in this building, and I'm gonna try and go for that first, so I don't have to deal with Fat Man anymore.
Never letting that one down, am I?
On the contrary, it may prove useful.
How do I get in here? From above? Oh. Look at that right there. Gosh darn. No, that was it. Thought I heard a bug, but it was the minx. Am I going that way, or am I going down here? I'm not sure where this guy belongs. I also feel like this is an ambush. See, I didn't like any of that. There. Crisis averted. Now I don't have to think about it. And it was Invigoration Core, that's pretty good. Get over there, you filthy lot. Ooh. Okay, good. That Volgrim? Oh yeah, that looks like a good place to get up and take a piss. And by that I mean we are done for the day. My back hurts, I need to stand, I need to piss. I also low-key ran out of things to talk about. So, yeah.
What would this?
Beat our boy. You only get 2 points out of this. Just barely, I'm kinda tight. And we're gonna spend that on something damagey. Probably normal strength. And, yeah. I will see y'all when I see y'alls. I haven't even looked at my schedule next week yet, but... you know, at least 5 days. That's generally the rule. So, later, gang. I'm the worst.